Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The Durham Public Schools Board of Education work session is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Urquiles and Vanessa Pina Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Thank you. We're now at the point of our agenda for the agenda review and approval.
Chair Rogers, I would like to make an amendment to our agenda to add a closed session before the consent items. And that would be a closed session to consider confidential personnel as well as to consult with the attorney.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Byer to add to the agenda a closed session prior to consent. To consult with the attorney and address personnel matters. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. It passes unanimously. Ms. Chavez,
I also wanted to make a motion to add a superintendent's update onto the agenda. So can we add that additionally? Second.
sure, where would y'all like that on the agenda?
Before consent, I'm not sure if it should go before or after the closed session, perhaps after.
Okay. There's a motion for Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Carter Otten, to add a superintendent's update after closed session and before consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. It passes unanimously. Now we need to approve the
I
agenda.
would move that we approve the amended agenda for September 12th, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Byer to approve the amended agenda. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Sorry, y'all. We couldn't have no discussion because I didn't ask for it, but I will in the future. Is there a motion to? Okay. We've approved the agenda. The next item on our agenda are the meeting minutes from August 8th, 2024.
Move of approval of the minutes from August 8th.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Chavez to approve the work session agenda from work session minutes from August 8th, 2024. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. The work session minutes pass unanimously. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. Tonight, we have 5 speakers. So we're gonna have 3 minutes, but let's read the rules into record. Quick review of the rules. First, please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you will have, is it 1 minute left or is it 1.5 minutes? It's not.
Did you give people 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
So 1 minute. When the yellow light comes on, you'll have 1 minute. The red light comes on, your time's in.
Okay, you'll have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or the operation of the school system. Finally, the board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in discussion with speakers. Our first speaker is Jane Dorneman, followed by Girja Mahajan.
My name is Jane Dorneman. I'm the parent of a sixth grader at DSA. And I'm here tonight because I'm joined by hundreds of parents who are absolutely desperate for reliable and consistent bus transportation to and from school. Consistently, kids are not getting to school on time or at all. And they are continued to be put in unsafe situations, which I've already emailed the BOE about. Beyond complaining, I want to propose some ideas. First, replace Edulog immediately. It is not reliable, and multiple school districts across the country have dropped it for this reason and even taken Edulog to court and won. Additionally, consider purchasing AI routing software for bus fleets. This would solve the complications of adding or removing new students throughout the year and make it simpler to find the best routes. Third, communicate with parents on a weekly basis on what progress is being made. More than "we apologize for the inconvenience, thank you for your patience, we're going to do something" every other month. Next, have a better recruitment and retention strategy for drivers. We're competing with Amazon for drivers. $20 an hour is not enough. The good news is that all of these options are less expensive than the millions of dollars that went inexplicably missing last year. Thank you.
My name is Girja Mahajan. I have 2 kids at DPS. If DPS is having central transportation staff and even principals leaving their offices to drive buses in this emergency shortage, then call it an emergency and ask the governor, whom you are bestowing ceremonial but meaningless flowers on later on in this meeting, ask the governor to send you some National Guard members to drive buses, because it is an emergency when a kid can't make it to school. It is an emergency when a kid is being dropped off miles from their stop. It is an emergency when no parents can contact transportation offices because they can't find the child whom you have lost. It is an emergency when you have district drivers quit en masse because of unsustainable working conditions. When reviewing the agenda for this meeting, I was shocked to see no scheduled update on transportation, despite the fact that hundreds of students, parents, and staff are impacted by the lack of service, poor communication, and even more poorly coordinated response to driver departures and increased route requests. This board is not demanding transparency of information and accountability on behalf of the impacted individuals. But perhaps you will believe a consultant who gives you that advice more than your constituents.
Micah Tweetmeyer, Christy Clem, Jennifer Girish.
Good evening, Micah Hunter Tweetmeyer, Durham Association of Educators, and I cede my time to Christy Clem.
Hello, Christy Clem, physical therapist. I'm here as part of the large group of frustrated classified staff. Didn't write anything out. Part of me wonders, what's the point? Since January, I've been emailing. I've been sending spreadsheets that I make to the board, to administration, asking questions, face-to-face conversations with board members, with superintendents. I get, that's a good question. I don't know. I'll find that out. Those are all things I've been told since January. And how many more answers do I have now? None. I am a member of DAE. What I'm saying, they didn't tell me to say, so I don't know if I can say I speak on behalf of them or not. But employees are smart. We work hard. We have valuable information. Meet and confer is important because what's happened for almost a full year now is embarrassing. It's embarrassing to the district. It's disrespectful to us. It harms the children, the community, right? That's our number one concern. What can we do for the kids? When I spend hours looking at spreadsheets, because this is the salary that's best for y'all. This is market rates. Some quotes that I've been told have been, almost every position, step 0 is going to start exactly like what Hill did in October. And then I put 2 columns together, and exactly must mean within $900. Because the last proposal in August, step 0 for multiple classified was up to 900 plus different, less for this new proposal. When I look at what was presented in August and I hear, oh, DPS, we're going to pay above state what the state says we should do for different categories. That's an elevated arbitrary number for only the most experienced now. Because when you look at that, here's what we're going to pay at top. And then you look at the step, it's $1,200, $1,300 less. So if you're not already at step 30, by the time I continue to work my butt off for y'all and for the kids here, I'm never going to reach that. So one classified pay grade may show, oh, look, this person could top out at $7,400 a month. Nope, step 30, it says $6,200. So are we pretending that this is what we're going to pay above the state when in fact, when you really look at the chart, that's not it? And then to get an email response that said, where did you get this information? Where did these numbers come from? It's the numbers y'all are posting. We're in the weeds. Yes, I look at the money of what I'm going to make, what the custodian, what the cafeteria person, what the bus driver, these are all people I talk to and work with on a daily basis. I'm up here for every one of those folks. They have 2 or 3 jobs. I also have 2 jobs. I've worked at the hospital 3 of the last 5 weekends, both days. Why? Because the salary that I thought I was going to get last October to get me close to market pay, which would still be less if I went to the hospital full time, was taken away. But yet I'm told, oh, you're back there. No, I'm not even close. So I'll continue to have a second job that I've had every year I started in the school system. So I can come back tired and work 12, 14 days in a row to try to make ends meet, to hear people sitting above me who don't seem to be listening. Maybe you are, but my perception is you're not. I know you can't comment now, but my true gut feeling is even if you could, nobody would say anything. I would get the same stare and look of we don't know what. Morale is no better now at school than it was last year since this has started, and it's going to continue to snowball. And when I read the agenda and realized classified schedules aren't even posted for us to look at, how can I make some kind of informed comment when it's not even there? And it was supposed to be voted on last month. So to work on it for 4 extra weeks and we still have nothing to see? So I read the agenda on Wednesday, Tuesday, whatever day it got posted. My mistake for reading it in the middle of the workday. Because let me tell you what happened after that. Supposed to write a few evaluation reports. Did those get written? Nope. Did I stay at my desk? Did I try to write them? Yes. Could I put any legible thought down on paper? Something that I want to say, here's my report as a professional? No. Have I had great quality of life since January? No, because this is a constant. This is a constant. What can I do? Maybe they're missing a piece. You know what? If I read a little more and I make a new chart and I send it and I ask a question, maybe that will be helpful. But it feels like it's done nothing. An occasional email, thank you for your thoughts. Like that means nothing. You want me to answer emails professionally within 48 hours if I get them, or 24? You want me to take the time to write report? I'm out of time. Thank you.
Member Girish, followed by Wafa.
Not quite sure how I can follow that. That was very impassioned. I see you, I hear you, and I thank you. I really do. I really, really do. Thank you. Hi, I'm no stranger to many of you on this board. My name is Dr. Jennifer Girish. I'm a behavioral scientist and a health systems researcher. But I'm here in neither of those capacities. I'm here as the mother of 3 students with disabilities that are served through DPS. I want to just start with some numbers that I think we've sent to you all in the past. Students with disabilities. Oh, I should say I am also here in my capacity as co-chair of the suspension task force for Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children. Eliza Strickland is my other co-chair. Let me get back to my comments. Sorry about that. Students with disabilities are twice as likely to get suspended as a student without disabilities. Twice, more than twice, actually. And all those students with disabilities only account for about 13 to 14% of DPS students. They made up about 26% of all out-of-school suspensions. 26% of all out-of-school suspensions. That's horrific. Suspension in students with disabilities went up more than any other category by the best data that I can get my hands on, and I've asked for better data. 4.3%. I'd like to think that this is an old issue, an issue that is just coming to light, but no, we've seen these bad numbers for students with disabilities since, I see you shaking your head over there. You know what I'm talking about. Since what, 2016, 2017, there was a lawsuit and some other stuff going on at the time. This is a long-standing issue. I want to also say in gratitude, I am so delighted to see the change in the strategic plan tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for honoring, loving, remembering my 3 children with disabilities and all the other families in DPS that have students with disabilities. It is heartening to see that you have embraced my children and other children with disabilities and putting them in the strategic plan around suspension data. They need that attention. It is a step in the right direction. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We also need swift action with better data, better supports, better education to make sure that we can hit that very lofty goal of reducing those suspension rates among students with disabilities. But mostly I'm just here to say thank you for listening. Thank you for following the data. Thank you for changing the strategic plan to embrace students with disabilities.
Wafa, I apologize. I cannot read your handwriting. So if you'll state your first and last name for the record, please.
Thank you. Wow. It's a pleasure to be here, really. Greeting everyone. It has been a while. I didn't come for something more educational, and I hear your pain.
Can I ask you to adjust the mic down a little bit? Just pull it closer to you.
Sure.
There you go.
Thank you. My name is Wafa Khalil, a science educator, solar energy specialist, and dedicated volunteers in DPS schools. I'm here on behalf of the Solar Schools team, the Durham chapter of the Climate Reality Project. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Lewis for your inspiring and hopeful message to the Durham community, which I got. And I appreciate the Board of Education that is the steadfast commitment to improving our education system. And I've been in contact with the educator for a long time, at least 10 years since my retirement. I'm here to express strong support to the DPS Energy Conservation Program. The effort of our co-energy managers are not only critical for the environmental and saving money, for the environment and saving money, but also it has an impact on our students' learning. Our schools are among the largest energy consumers, creating substantial environmental footprints. Energy conservation presents a unique opportunity to reduce this impact while offering hands-on, real-world learning experiences for our students, such as students monitor energy use, track savings, and analyze data, enhancing critical thinking and problem-solving skills while applying science and math concepts directly. Environmental responsibility. Energy conservation projects foster environmental stewardship, showing students how their action can reduce carbon footprints and promote sustainable practices and be part of the solutions. Interdisciplinary learning, integrating STEM with social studies and economics. These projects teach teamwork, leadership, and project management skills, preparing our students for the future. Career exploration. Energy conservation exposes students to growing fields like green and renewable energy and sustainability, turning schools into living laboratories, giving students invaluable exposure to potential careers. Can I finish my last sentence? In short, improving energy conservation in schools not only reduces cost, but enriches education, empowering students to contribute and be part of sustainable future. DPS has the power to lead by example, showing students that sustainability begins in their own community and empowering them to be active contributors to a greener and hopeful future. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you.
Thank you all. Colleagues, the next item on our agenda is closed session.
I move that we go into closed session to consult with the attorney and discuss personnel issues.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Chavez to go into closed session and consult with the attorney and discuss personnel. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. We're now in closed session. We're now back in open session. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update.
Thank you so much, Board Chair. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to provide a couple of updates this evening, and one is really dealing with the recent surge in threats at our schools as it relates to incidents on our school property. This is something that we've been seeing across the state and across the nation. And so we want our Durham Public Schools families, first of all, our students, staff, and families and communities to know that safety and security is our top priority and is very critically important to us. And because of this, we do mandate protocols that are reviewed regularly with our students and our staff. Our students and staff do practice drills. We do have secured entrances where our visitors have to be buzzed in to enter the building using cameras, and they must show identification. Additionally, we do work closely with our Durham Police Department and our Durham County Sheriff's Department to ensure that we are maintaining safe learning environments although there's been some recent threats in our buildings. I do appreciate the swift action of our Safety and Security Department, as well as our SROs that are in our buildings and our partners, both at DPD and the County Sheriff Department. I want to encourage all of our students. First of all, thank those students that have saw something and said something, and encourage additional students. If you see something, please say something. And I'm not just talking about see something at school, on the way to school. Yes, that's important. If you're seeing something on social media as well, please tell someone. There's no such thing as a snitch, right? We want all of our schools to be safe. We know that you have caring adults in those buildings. Please make sure you're reporting this to your caring adults. And so we want to foster that sense of belonging at all of our schools and ensure that all of our students feel seen, that they're safe and they're heard. And we think about, yes, the threats have been either threats as it relates to schools or happening at schools. This is also a community issue. And so the more that our families and community members can talk to our students and encourage them to not take these as jokes, because we do hear that sometimes, oh, I was just playing. This is very serious, and we will take it extremely serious. And so thank you so much to all of you for your ongoing support in ensuring that all of our scholars are safe. The next update I wanted to provide also as it relates to our transportation. We do have Dr. Toddler Freeze as well as Matthew Palmer here today. And let me be clear, these are not excuses. I do think it's hugely important for everyone in this community to know the current reality. And it's hugely important for everyone in this community to know what we're doing about some of these challenges. Frankly, there has been an increase in ridership this year, and you couple the increase in ridership with a decrease in workforce, you're going to have some challenges. And those are some challenges that we are actively working through. And to give you some perspective and some numbers around that, since our August Board of Education work session, our rider request has increased by nearly 5,000 scholars. And so that's going from about 17,000 to 21,455 total rider requests. And this has been happening between open houses and the first weeks of school. And so to put those numbers in context, 21,455, we had 18,000 students request riderships during the 23-24 school year. In addition to that, school bus assignments, bus routes, planning staff have assigned more than 3,000 bus riders in the past 2 weeks, and they continue to assign bus riders. Assigning new bus drivers with existing routes and stops will also have implications to the current bus and stop assignments. Please know that our transportation staff are working to activate ridership updates over the weekend rather than daily, so that families and parents do not experience ongoing changes. And so students remaining to be routed is around a little over 1,000 students, 1,224 to be exact. In addition, as we think about our on-site customer service and technology support, while historically DPS transportation has operated out of 3 lots, transportation now operates out of 2 bus lots, one on Hamlin Road which services the Northern Division, and one at Hillside High that services the Southwest Division. And so this change to ensure adequate admin support staff levels at the bus lots to provide leadership and customer service has definitely had an impact on this as well. However, to address the bus driver shortages, 10 administrative staff that work in those facilities have been driving our school buses along with our bus drivers. And so you can imagine this has led to staff that has been less available to reply to calls and reply to emails. Again, these are not excuses. I'm just sharing the reality of what we're dealing with. DPS is contracting to deploy 9 administrative staff professionals to assist with phone calls and communications. We continue to recruit bus drivers. We continue to train and hire bus drivers. 32 driver candidates are in the first cohort of DPS Love the Bus 100 training program. So this means that they have identified as candidates wanting to drive with DPS and are in the queue for training with DPS and DMB testing. If you recall, in the past, this traditionally has been like a 6-month process. Because we are approved site to train, that reduces it down to about maybe two months. And then again, it was mentioned this evening, the tablet usage and parent information, referring to Edulog. Some of our parents have not been able to consistently see the buses in the parent portal app. I'm one of those parents that have not been able to see that consistently. There are times when I see the bus coming in the neighborhood and I can get the kids out, and there are some times that's not the case. And so this is attributed to the need for DPS transportation staff to continue improvements in the use for location and communication updates. Bus drivers do receive an update on tablet use, or did rather receive an update on tablet use this week. And there is focused ongoing training for bus drivers with correct usage procedures. Leadership staff also conducted on-site employee meetings as well as support staff to ensure the proper usage of those tablets daily. So please know that we take this extremely serious. As you know, we have a mission to work towards improving the academic and social emotional outcome of our scholars. That is difficult if we can't get them to school and get them to school on time. And obviously, safety is a huge issue for us as well. So ensuring that we are, just as a student gets on the bus in the morning at a stop, we want to put them off at that same stop, safety. So in terms of safety, efficiency, and effectiveness of our transportation, that is something that we'll continue to work on. I want to pause and see if there's anything that I missed from Matthew or Todd. No? Okay. That's all I have for the updates this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Colleagues, during the week of 9/23, the superintendent, Mr. Tabb, Ms. Carter-Otten, members of senior administration are traveling on the Chambers intercity visit to Minneapolis to learn best practices around public-private partnerships and to build relationships with the Durham Chamber, county commissioners, city councils, the foundation and other local partners are traveling together to learn best practices and what's happening in Minneapolis. Due to their travel, I'm asking the board to adjust our September 26th board meeting from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. so that the superintendent and Ms. Carter-Otten can arrive in time for our board meeting.
You need a motion?
I do.
Yes. Well, thank you all for going and representing the district so well in Minneapolis. We look forward to hearing back from you. And I would make a motion that we move our September 26th meeting start time to 7:30 p.m. Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Carter-Otten, to move the September 26th board meeting start time from 6:30 to 7:30. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please say no. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the consent items.
Move approval of consent items A through F.
G. Second.
A through G.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez and seconded by Ms. Byer to move approval of the consent agenda, items A through G. Is there any discussion? Awesome. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The consent agenda passes unanimously. Thanks, everybody. The next item on our agenda is a request for proposal for board training firm. Ms. Carter Utton.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. So board members, we agreed at our August 8th work session that we would move forward with the development of a request for proposals to hire an individual or a firm to provide training and consultation to the board. And as such, I had the pleasure of working with colleagues, Ms. Umstead and Ms. Harold Goff, to develop the RFP that's on the agenda today. Just a reminder about the process that we used. So we, after discussing this during our August 8th work session, we then met with the attorney, the three of us, to provide guidance based on what was shared by fellow board members in the August 8th work session. Attorney then created an initial draft of the RFP, and we worked to further tailor it to our board-specific needs. This was shared with all board members to review and provide feedback on. That feedback was reviewed and then, where possible, integrated and discussed. The attorney reviewed again, and then we ended up with the version that's available to you today. So the one that is posted publicly and that's in front of us for discussion and action is one that we've all reviewed and worked on and looked at.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, is there any discussion? Okay, I'll accept a motion.
I move that we accept this proposal for request for proposal for board training consultation.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Harold Goff, seconded by Ms. Chavez. To approve the RFP for board training with a consultant. Is there any discussion? Okay, I see Ms. Byer has a comment. Ms. Harold Goff, you made the motion. Did you want to speak to it at all? Okay, you don't have to.
Not yet, no. I'm
Okay,
good.
Ms. Byer.
Yeah, first I wanted to express gratitude to you all for working on this. I appreciate the time and energy that you all worked on it, and also to Mr. Malone for bringing this forward. I had some edits that I proposed that I see didn't make the cut, that I will just speak into this space, that are important to me as we reflect on what firm we choose. And I don't think they made it in here, but one was whether a consultant has existing relationships with any specific board members. I think that's important to disclose when we consider who we will work with. And then I had concerns about folks' backgrounds with privatization. And I just think it's something that we need to kind of keep an eye on as we work together as a public entity and know about our commitment to the public service. So those are two things that didn't make it, and I'm not going to add them. That's fine, but I just wanted to speak them into this space as something that I thought was important as we consider who we'll work with going forward. And appreciate y'all's work. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Byer. Can I ask a clarifying question? We all have a relationship with North Carolina School Board Associations. Would you like to exclude them?
No, I don't think it's a reason for exclusion on its own, but I do think it's important to bring into the space any existing relationships that specific board members have with consultants, with anyone that applies. So no,
Oh.
I wouldn't exclude anyone. I just would have us disclose to each other.
Oh,
That's all. Yeah.
okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else have a comment? Okay. With the motion on the floor to approve the RFP as presented. And no further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. So are we going to appoint somebody to post this and to receive the offers, the proposals?
I can speak to that. That has been named in the RFP, and the point person for this is our very own Dr. Giovanni, as she shakes her head.
Okay, I saw it there, but I wasn't sure she was where, or Dr. Lewis. Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is what everybody's been waiting for tonight. Dr. Lewis? Salary, what do we have it called? Compensation schedules, 2024, 2025. Dr. Lewis?
Yes, thank you so much, Board Chair Rogers. We are excited to bring to the board and to the community discussion around our compensation schedules. And I will just tell you personally, as a new superintendent that has been here 20 days now, today actually one full month that I've been here here in Durham Public Schools and really learning a lot. However, as it relates to these compensation schedules and considering where this community, this school district and the community has been this past 9 months, this is something that is very critical in terms of ensuring that it's right. And so we have with us tonight, Dr. Lassane, and I know Sierra's here as well to begin those conversations and share from the standpoint of our teacher compensation to include the conversations around master's pay, supplementals, but also we want to talk about our classified schedules as well and some of the challenges there. And so just begin those conversations again with the ultimate goal of getting this right. And not only getting these salary schedules right, but as we think about it from the long-term standpoint and really setting the system up for future success, the work that still needs to take place in that regard. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Lassane.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, Chair Rogers, and members of the board, as well as our general audience. Tonight, we are slated to discuss the 2024-25 compensation schedules. But as a point of privilege, I do think that it is very important that we begin. I would like to just review some of the recent challenges that have centered around our licensure updates and teacher compensation. Some of our recent pay challenges related to our unlicensed teachers, they fit in 3 primary categories. And ultimately, this impacts some of the discussion we have here. So I think that this is an awesome forum to be able to have some of that. Our number one for the August payroll, our number one area for these individuals dealt with licensure renewals. Okay, so we have experienced teachers who renew their license on a cycle. And so I want to personally, number one, for those individuals impacted in this area, apologize and take responsibility for my team's delayed processing for some of those licensure renewals. For experienced teachers who paid their fee and they meet all of their other requirements for licensure renewal, when the window is open, all we have to do is review those items and click and the license is active. We missed about 55 of those individuals. Now we process hundreds, but we missed 55 of those individuals and therefore their license showed as expired and they were captured in our list of unlicensed teachers due to their expired license. Okay, and so I want to acknowledge and thank those individuals for their patience while we work to get that rectified. The second group that were impacted in that August payroll were our global teachers. As you are aware, we have increased significantly our number of international teachers as they have been essential to our implementation of Growing Together. One of the complicating factors with that is you cannot apply or or obtain a Social Security number until you arrive in the United States. And sometimes the processing of getting that Social Security number faces many of the same human capital challenges that we see even in our field of education. And so based on their arrival to the United States, where they were with that processing of their Social Security numbers and all of those factors, some of them did not have a check with that first payroll, and we had to make some adjustments to ensure that they were paid as soon as possible, especially being in a new country. The third group of employees impacted this payroll were our large number of 300 plus unlicensed teachers that we started with at the beginning of this year. We are talking about teachers with an expired emergency permit to teach or residency license, and in some case, even a limited license. Out of those 300 plus that we initially started with at the beginning of this year, we are down to 99 who are remaining. We will continue to work diligently with those individuals who can meet their requirements to ensure that they can get back on our payroll and eligible for state pay by meeting those requirements. So again, we thank our staff members for working with us through these challenges, but I also want to extend thanks particularly to the payroll and HR staff members who had to work additional hours, run additional pay cycles. We ran a record number of pay cycles in an effort to try to get people their pay as soon as possible. And so we'll continue to work on those items, but I did want to speak to that as it does have an impact on our budget. And so with that, we'll move on with the agenda. And you can see on the next slide that we will move forth in the order that we're going to discuss the compensation schedules. We'll talk about teacher compensation, and then we'll talk about school-based administrator compensation. We'll take a little break for some questions there just to help organize the conversation. And then we will move into our discussion of classified compensation along with our timeline in next steps. We want to share the work of the team this far, as well as finalize what we plan to bring back next week for approval. Regarding teacher compensation, first, if we go to the next slide, we can see that for teachers, the state-approved compensation includes an average 3% increase that is built into the schedule, and that we see the base pay for teachers on the bachelor schedule starting now at $46,250. But locally, the board approved as part of the budget resolution process an $80 per month, which for our 10-month teachers is $800 a year, addition to the local supplement. In addition to that, the 3% increase and the increase in the supplement, these teachers would also, those that qualify, would advance a step. You will hear a theme for this. There is a rule that says, basically, when you work 6 or more months within a school year, you get an experience credit for that year. That is for numerous reasons in order to get, you know, the time for retirement or whatever. So when you hear us talk about qualifying for a step, because if someone worked 8 months in a year versus someone who worked 1 month in a school year, should both of those individuals get a year credit? And so that establishment of this quote unquote 6-month rule is related to, that is where the bar is set to determine when individuals receive a year credit. On the next slide, this is where a lot of the meat for our discussion around teacher compensation will be today. Also, during the budget development process, the board outlined several different employee differentials that administration would like to provide you some additional information for consolidation of these things into the compensation schedules. First, we will discuss the 10% differential for classroom-based teachers who possess a master's degree in a relevant area of teaching. HR has reviewed our employee credentials that have been submitted to NCDPI. So we do currently, just to be explicit, we do currently have individuals, they may have a master's reflected on their license, but they're not compensated for that master's degree. Additionally, I have to extend a huge thank you to those employees who completed our survey and submitted their additional credentials online. That made this process a lot easier, and we do extend our gratitude for you taking the time to do that and to do it by the deadline. Based on that review, we have identified almost 250 teachers who could qualify for this supplement currently. We have also projected above that number due to lessons learned from our neighbor. And so what we found with school systems who have already implemented master's pay is in some cases they may have underestimated the impact of that on recruitment for classroom-based teachers. And so we have to be very cognizant of that, particularly when considering our turnover and different things like that, and make sure that we have figured it into our budget. These projections should ensure what you see with the $1.2 million for master's pay. It should ensure that we remain in the budget if this is finally approved. It is important to note that our costing estimates are based on classroom teachers. These are your qualifiers, who are the teacher of record or teacher of record. So we have Power School data related to this for students in the relevant associated area of the master's. So I want to give you a very clear example of that. While we value our math teachers, I'll give you an example. If you are assigned to math classes and your master's is in religious studies, that is an example of a non-qualifying master's. And so that is very important. The way we have approached this as a district based on the vote for classroom-based teachers is to follow the NCDPI guidelines. And so in order to even have a master's denoted on your license, it has to be, relevant, or for you to be paid on your master's, it has to be relevant to the area that you are teaching. And I think it is important for us to follow that process also, because if we are successful in getting to the state to restore master's pay, it makes that transition much easier for us as a district. The second differential is in the area of EC and ESL. When we did our review of these areas, HR has identified approximately 473 qualifying positions for EC and ESL, this $200 per month differential. Okay, now notice I said qualifying position. That includes the current vacancies. Okay, because anytime those vacancies are filled, this differential would go along with that position as part of the qualification. For this, the dollar amount that you see there with the 1.5 million, this includes all, we're going to talk a minute about specialized programs, but it includes all of the EC teachers and the ESL teachers. In addition to that $200 per month, in our review, we identified approximately 112 specialized program positions that would qualify for the additional $150 supplement. The easiest way, though maybe not the current way we describe these classrooms, but if you think of what we used to refer to as self-contained EC classrooms, those are the classrooms that are identified as part of this additional $150 supplement. Any changes to that interpretation would affect the numbers as well as the cost associated with providing this differential. Finally, while these are not teacher positions, and I had some questions on this even from my staff as we're going through, so I want to make sure it's clear for the public. The final differential that is outlined here is for EC classified staff serving in the area of sign language, deaf and hard of hearing, visually impaired, and our spoken language facilitators. Okay, we have identified 17 staff filling these roles, and so that is well within the projected cost that was originally provided. On the next slide, I've included this often just as part of our education as we are all learning more about compensation. This slide simply details other key points for licensed instructional support staff. And you can see this specifically relates to speech language pathologists, psychologists, and audiologists. There are key provisions that are outlined. This is strictly by state policy, and those relevant pieces are built into the compensation schedules. The next area that we will discuss is school-based administrators. And so if we could advance to the key points slide regarding school-based administrators. The state has approved for school-based administrators an average of 3% increase. The current local supplement amounts for these groups will be maintained. There are no increases, but the local supplement structure will be maintained. Additionally, just as we discussed the rule for gaining a step, that is included in the provisions for school-based administrator compensation. So with the review of the compensation schedule details as well as those differentials, at this point in time, I would like to entertain any questions from the board before moving on to classified compensation.
You, Dr. Hussain. Colleagues, any questions? Ms. Byer.
Thank you, Dr. Hussain. This is really important information and really important for us to continue to be clear. For both the teachers and the administrators, you use the language an average 3%, which is what the state did. And if I'm not wrong, that was not equally average depending on your years of experience. So people shouldn't use that number. There are tables online that they've seen, right?
That is
in
correct.
both of those cases that, and if it still falls that the state is favoring newer teachers and kind of slighting veteran teachers, is that where the scales continue to be lopsided and the raises continue to be lopsided?
The reason it says that average is exactly, you will see greater percentages for newer teachers, lower on the scale than more experienced.
And during this week, where the General Assembly has come back and intentionally taken a massive, massive hit to public schools again by shifting public dollars to wealthy families with children in private schools. It is important, I think, for our staff to understand that we will continue to advocate and fight for the state to raise pay for every public school employee. We will work with our delegation. We will get out and vote that this matters so much. And my concern when we did these differential pay was that I never wanted to send the message that everyone needs more, everyone deserves more. We will keep fighting for everyone. And so I think it's important that you were clear with these definitions. With master's pay, there's a neighboring district that is also doing master's pay. It is my hope that we will advocate for the restoration of master's pay that was taken by the General Assembly, that will be something that shifts back onto the state and that will continue to lift up best practices. So I don't have questions. I just need our staff to understand that the fact that these differentials are going to some categories, I don't want it to break other folks' spirit or morale at a time when it is already low. So you've, yeah. It's, yeah.
I definitely received that, Board Member Byer. As I've presented information to you, I definitely understand the recommendations of the board, and we know that we have our hardest to recruit area, not just in DPS, but across the state of North Carolina is EC. And we see more, we have a large number of EC students with intensive needs, and we need to be able to have staff and teachers to be able to support at work. So we definitely receive that, and we'll continue to look for ways to make sure that all of our employees see their value and that these are not meant to fragment any area of employees.
Yeah, and then this was all modeled in our budget ask to the commissioners, and can't let this moment pass without more gratitude to the commissioners and to Durham County for stepping up to meet this request. But thank you for the work on this. Thank you.
Mr. Tabb?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lassane. This is a question for teachers who are in the classroom that are working on their administrative degrees. Would they be eligible for master's pay, although principals may be asking them to do administrative work?
So again, going back to the qualifiers, so there's a couple of questions I have from that. If they are serving in their actual internship as part of a school administrative program, the answer would be no. Okay. And without getting too technical, there are some rules that go along with what their compensation is while they're doing their internship. None of these differentials would be part of the figuring of that salary. I just think it's important to say that. However, if they are serving students and they're in a classroom and those students are assigned to them and they meet the qualifiers, then yes, they would be receiving the differential.
Okay, thank you. Because I want to encourage those teachers to still get those administrative degrees. But if they get their masters, they're going to want to be compensated for getting those masters. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Umstead?
Thank you, Dr. Lassane, for the presentation and for starting out kind of addressing, I think, some of the challenges that we've experienced so far this year. And I appreciate your team's kind of quick getting on it, making sure folks got what they needed. I think that's really helpful. And I think the transparency and just telling what it was today is also really helpful as we're working to try to build back trust with our community. I had a couple of questions around the master's pay, and I'm wondering, how are we gonna communicate this like on our website and other places so that it is so clear what is relevant? I know we're using DPI, but how do we put that in? How are we gonna frame that for us, for Durham, so that I'm a teacher, I can easily go to the website and see what's considered relevant?
And so one piece that we have not finalized, I want to make this clear, but one of the best ways to do that, that we do just full transparency, one of the best ways to do that is just to have the person apply to put it on their license, just like the example that I gave you earlier. We have not officially said that that is a requirement in the district because there is still some discussion. Quite honestly, that requires paying the fee to be able to have it added to your license. But that is the best way to assure that alignment. But to answer your question beyond that, we follow the same process. Even when we have someone apply to send their application to DPI, we still have our internal review. And when we submit that application to DPI, we're saying that we think that this qualifies for master's pay, okay, with the state. Now, the state could deny it if we apply, but we still have to go through, we already, is my point, do that rhythm of going through and reviewing individuals for master's pay. Regarding communication that would be on the website and all of that, it is difficult to cover every area because you have to look at what the master's is and you have to look at the area that the license is and determine whether or not it is relevant.
Can you explain one more thing before I have to make this next comment? You said that you all are already kind of working with the state around submitting licenses around master's pay?
So if
or-
a candidate submits an application to the state to add master's pay for their license, our team, our licensure analyst review that. So on top of some of the things we talked about earlier, with renewal of license and all of that, another piece of the job of a licensure analyst is reviewing the applications that are sent for master's pay. And so when we as a district submit that application, we review, here's the master's, here's the license. We're saying to DPI, we believe this individual meets the requirements for master's pay. And so the only thing would be different in what we're already doing is that for this, it would not have that 2013 requirement that says you had to have your first master's course completed by 2013. That is the year that is the marker for state master's pay.
That answers I was like, but the state does not reimburse master's pay, but you're talking about for folks who would have qualified, who've been
Right.
grandfathered in from the
And-
past.
And even
Okay.
today, if somebody comes to our district and they completed their first course for their master's degree prior to July 1st, 2013, they could still qualify for master's pay
That answers my question.
by the state.
Yeah, by the state,
Mhm.
because I was like, one of the reasons why we were working on it is because we know the state is not doing that, but if you do still qualify. So I know we couldn't put everything on the website, but I just think under our vacancy and compensation piece, saying master's degree that are relevant, maybe a few examples. And I think to me, it's all about just being as clear and as transparent as possible. We know, and it might even say, this will be determined by a case basis and da, 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 da. But I just want us to be really clearly communicating that. I think it is a great marketing tool, but I don't want people to come thinking, well, I'm gonna get paid for something that doesn't, and it doesn't align. I think as clear as we can get before even you get your kind of offer and you signed up, hey, this is what would be qualifying. I think it would just be really helpful. You want to jump in, Ms.
Well,
Sorry, I got
yeah,
some more
because you made me think about if someone is in that legacy status with master's pay, we are not paying a Durham master supplement on top of that.
No.
We need to be explicit.
If they
about that
qualify
part,
for
too.
the state pay, they qualify for the state pay. Now, for existing people, we are going through that process, but to your point, yes, absolutely clear communication. It can be on the website, and shared out. But I would also say in the new hire process, when individuals are submitting their credentials, we would be looking for master's pay. And as part of that licensure review, when we send them their salary, we would be anticipating their qualification for the master's pay as part of that process also for a new hire.
So Ms. Umstead, I know you have more questions and I want to come back to that, but I see staff writing furiously about making sure there's a clear statement on the website around master's pay and that it's a case-by-case basis. I want to make sure that we have consensus from the whole board to move forward with that. If everybody's good with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sure you all have much better words than I do, so you don't have to quote me word by word on what you put on the website. But I just think making sure it's really clear though is really important. Might get myself in. I know that we have some staff members that are paid on teacher schedules, but don't have a classroom of record. We need to be clear though, that would not you would not qualify for master's degree, even though you might be paid on that schedule. Is that correct?
And so what I'm going to say to that is based on what was captured from the meeting with the board, it said classroom based. And so those individuals have not been figured into these numbers. I don't know full numbers, but that would require we have a lot of instructional support staff that I think it would significantly impact the budget, but we would have to really do a whole other level of work in order to determine what that potential impact would be. But I can tell you it would be significant.
And I think that's something for us board members to remember as we think about what the budget request might be for the upcoming year, that there are, and I would love to know the number of individuals who are paid on that scale and the types of positions that they are, so that we're also clear around what we are adding funding for or not. And then my other question is, when will the updated schedules for certified staff be posted online so folks can have an opportunity to look at where they land now with this additional money?
And so part of what we're going to talk about in the next section is really the timeline for all schedules. So we already have a mock-up of those, and I would say that it would be early next week when we would be able to particularly post the certified schedules.
I think that is all my questions for now, but I might have some additional ones. Thank you.
Ms. Chavez?
All right, thank you for this presentation. I have a few questions. My first one was just about, you were speaking to the groups, and I appreciate you naming all the groups that were affected by the August payroll. Do we know about how many of the global teachers were affected by that? You named numbers for the other groups, so I wanted to see if, we had an
I
estimate.
had that number. I don't want to speak incorrectly, but I do have that number, and I can definitely get that to you. The
Okay.
thing that I want to make sure is we had individuals coming in waves,
Mhm.
and I want to make sure that we have captured all of them, but I will share that number out.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that would be great to know. I know that we have more global teachers this year as we initiate our dual language program as part of Growing Together. So just want to make sure their experiences are, we're taking into account their needs, especially being in a new country. And then I wanted to ask, some of these questions are just coming to me now, but so you may not have all of this right in front of you, but this is what I'm interested in knowing. First, who all receives master's pay from the state at this point?
When you say who all, do you mean a number?
No,
or-
sorry, what positions are eligible for master's pay from the state?
And so that is part of the review. And so to probably get to maybe what the crux of your question may be, is yes, teachers and instructional support do have the ability to qualify for master's pay.
Okay.
Okay. And then of course, because of we could go through lots of other positions. But that would be my simple, easy to understand answer. Okay. Some positions actually require a master's. So, you have some nuances there too.
Okay, I think, yeah, I would be interested to know what all positions that includes, because I think what we're learning along the lines of what Ms. Umstead just asked about with other instructional staff that aren't included in this in our rubric thus far. I think we're discovering that there are more positions that we did not think about in creating this budget. And so I think it'd be helpful for us to better understand who already is receiving eligible or is eligible for master's pay coming from the state. And then what are the other categories of positions that are not included in those classroom-based teachers? And I do see, looking back at our budget, we estimated about 200 teachers would be eligible for master's pay. So when I'm sure we'll get this information later, but when we figure out who is eligible for that master's pay for classroom-based teachers, I wonder what that number will be if our 200 was coming close to what we actually have or not. I know you just said that in other districts, they're discovering they have more who are eligible and we didn't know.
Right.
And then I'm also interested in understanding which other types of positions we might want to consider moving forward should go in our budget. And so we have received correspondence from people who are in other positions, some on the teaching scale, as Ms. Umstead said, as well as social workers. So it would be great for the board to have a better understanding. And I guess I'd like to request that in the future, we do model that out and figure out what would it cost us to pay others on the masters, give them master's pay who are instructional specialists or curriculum specialists or social workers.
Can I respond to a piece
Yes,
there for you?
please.
I want to provide some clarifying information that may have been lost. So just with classroom-based, when we first started kind of projecting out and we looked at just what was already in the licensure system, that was where the about 200 came from. Based on our review for this year right now, as I stated earlier, we've already identified approximately 250 classroom-based teachers. And so just as a frame of reference, keeping that in mind, and even when we kind of started with that 200 number before gathering that's why that information from our teachers was so important if they had not submitted it to NCDPI.
Okay, that's very helpful. And that's great that we have so many teachers who do have masters relevant to their teaching area.
Ms. Chavez, can I?
Yeah.
I think my question is the board wanting to hear from administration? Are they in agreement with you what other types of positions we may want to include in the future, like to get that number? Are we on consensus for the future, not for this budget, but for the future? Not for this opportunity.
To get when you said what number, to get that number?
What other types of positions we may want to include in the master's pay? Like school level base and educators that are paid on the teacher salary but may not be classroom teachers. Is the full board or board as a collective interested in getting that information?
I think like as we get towards budget season,
Right.
but I think right now we're focused on implementing this with fidelity would be my 2 cents.
feel like it's a nuanced question because there are some positions that are requiring masters too, that you don't get master's pay for, but requires a master's to be a school counselor, right? And so I feel like we might need to tease some more of that out before we direct administration to do something, because you would be pulling a lot of different places. But I think that maybe starting with the answer around who else is paid on the instruction, who else is paid on the teacher schedule might give us some more clarity around. I just think there's a lot of different positions that can go in a lot of different ways for when it comes to master's pay.
Ms. Carter.
I'd like to see, to follow up on that, from Ms. Umstead, how many we're talking about are paid on the, teacher salary schedule. But I think to back up a minute, I guess I'm interested in knowing, like, our neighbors, it's still just, one other district in North Carolina that there's more. Like, how many districts are,
Another district, but I need to go back to my survey.
so I'm curious to know how the other districts in North Carolina are implementing master's pay, which like are they following the same decisions that we've made around just applying it to classroom educators? Are they also following what you had named as the DPI guidelines to use like relevant masters? So what are they doing? And then to take it a step further, what was the state? I think that's been referenced already. What does that involve? And then also at a national level, how do other districts around the country apply master's pay so that we can learn from what's going on in other places to help inform the decisions that we're making moving forward?
So I would say, I'm gonna start with your last part first. If you're talking about across the country, I just have to say, North Carolina is a little more unique in not having state paid master's pay so if we start comparing beyond North Carolina, that is just important to note. From our colleagues in Wake County, and I'm doing this absent having my notes in front of me, but they do follow the DPI guidelines. But they do have a few other positions that they compensate for based on their structure in Wake County schools. And so it is not just classroom-based employees, but it is a limited number of employees beyond that. And I have some more notes on that that I will be glad to share.
Thank you. That'd be great. Because I am interested in exploring just when we're choosing to provide master's pay to classroom teachers, what other staff are we not doing that for? And as Ms. Umstead noted, it's nuanced because some roles require masters. I think one of your slides noted that per DPI guidelines, speech language pathologists and audiologists with master's degrees receive a 10%. So there's lots of different, but it would eventually be helpful to see that so that we make sure that we're making the best decision possible for our staff together as a board.
Ms. Umstead, you had something relevant here, and then we'll go back to Ms. Chavez.
I just wanted, Dr. Lassane, could you clarify what the state covers when it comes to master's pay? You said it a little bit earlier, but I just wanted to clarify.
So for meeting the qualifications, and I would even say, so what I shared on the salary schedules that impacted speech language pathologists, audiologists, and all of that, part of what you saw in that bulleted list is how they have additional pay that is related to their position. Okay. So I do think that that's important to note. So there are some positions that the state covers the master's pay either because of the position and the requirements for a master's for the position, or because the individual meets the qualifications for the master's pay to be covered. So those are two different scenarios, but and so in trying to address a request from the board, those are nuances that have to be considered and would be part of that information provided.
Because the individual would have had to complete their degree before
Their first class,
they had to have their first class before 2013, you said?
correct, July 1st.
Ms. Chavez, did you want to finish your questions and then we'll go to Mr. Tab?
Yes, I will, but I also want to see if there is consensus to do this at some point. This is not the most urgent thing, but I do think we should model it out sooner rather than later. And I regret that I personally did not realize that we do have other individuals, positions on the teacher pay scale that we did not include or consider in the creation of this budget. I think that what I would like to say is I would like us as a board to be more mindful going into the next budget season of all the different positions and kind of where they're at. And so that's why I'm trying to get a comprehensive understanding of who does get master's pay or like a bump in the scale or something like that for their masters from the state. Who have we included now, classroom-based teachers in our budget now? And then who else is doing may have a master's related to curriculum, instruction, social work, or maybe there are even other areas that we're not compensating at this level. So I would still ask if we want to ask for that down the road, or would you suggest, Chair Rogers, that we bring it back up in a month?
Okay. Ms. Byer, you had something you wanted to say?
Well, so I was just Googling because this master's pay didn't come just in the dark. It actually, I mean, has been in discussion in the General Assembly. The House had it in their budget plan this year. You know, remember the House and Senate couldn't agree, so this is why we're stuck where we are. But the pressure that districts are putting on restoring master's pay, I think will have an impact and will have it felt across the state and will help, you know, teachers in rural districts if we continue to, you know, urban districts continue to do this. I do think that the definition that the state uses is where we should start, and that's the reason we started there. And I trust administration to carefully work with HR, finance as we get towards next budget season to address exactly the questions you're asking. I think Dr. Lewis hears you loud and clear. There's a lot of folks that we didn't cover, and there's a lot of folks we need to keep fighting for in every category of pay. I just don't want us to overpromise and in what we can do with this budget this year, because we already have 50 people more identified than we modeled for, it sounded like.
Well, we had projected up in the model, and luckily those individuals are included within the 1.2 million. And so we're meeting that piece that is included in the presentation. The question is, where does the 1.2 million fit in the overall budget? And that's what has to, and so those numbers are solid even with the differences in the 200 and the 250.
Ms. Chavez and then Mr. Tab.
Just my last comment. I just wanted to say out loud that I would like to see over time if the EC and ESL supplements have any relationship to retention. I realize that's hard to it's hard to determine that one, you know, outcome came from one change that was made, but I wonder if we will see trends, and I hope that this is one of the outcomes that we achieve through this supplement. I hope that that people know that their work is valued working with our EC and ESL students, and that they will want to stay. We want that consistency. So I just want to mention that.
Thank you. Mr. Tab?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lassane. This is for a clarifying question. Teachers who were once in the classroom who were either promoted or took another position within our district, that the job required a master's degree, will they no longer be paid on a master's level, even though the position required a master's degree?
So I would have to know the position in order to answer that question, Mr. Tab, because some of that is related to the salary schedule for that position. So I could not, I would not feel good just answering the question as stated, but I would have to have some more information in order to be able to answer that. That might not be an across-the-board answer, if that makes sense. It would be contingent upon the position.
Okay, so those are some of the reasons why I am in favor of getting information about who has master's degrees and what positions they're in, so that we could really across the board look and see how we can make sure that people are paid for the work that they're doing on the master's level. Thank you.
Ms. Carter-Otten.
So I wanted to back up a minute because I meant to start by thanking you for your what you opened with, which was discussing the licensure challenges. And again, just noting the challenges that were in place and being candid about that. I really appreciate that. Just had a couple of clarifying questions about that. And one is, you had mentioned there were 300 plus teachers with emergency licenses, and but we were now down to 99 remaining. By that, can you explain what you mean by that 99 remaining?
So this is what I would say to that. For a long time, we've had discussions. I remember when I first came in 2021, that August, and some of the board members may actually remember this, we talked about following trends that you generally see across the state for if someone's license expires, changing their pay status. But at that time, we were returning from COVID. We had over 400 vacancies. And so that is when we implemented a structure that you sometimes hear folks talk about, A00. And so per the correspondence that was sent to individuals who had expired license, we actually changed the employment term. Okay, so they're temporary full-time individuals because they no longer possess a license. And that impacts their pay. And so teacher pay is already challenging, and we understand that. But the goal for that individual would be to get back to their full pay as quickly as possible. And so that has generated payment of fees that may have been outstanding for a long time. That has helped ensure some of it is just, if you are a residency 1 going to a residency 2 license, you have to have a form from that EPP. If all you're missing is a form and a fee, and you look at the difference in that pay, that is part of what has helped generate and get that in, and also makes those individuals, it helps us be able to maximize using our funds because they can be paid out of the state. And so currently we have, so you see how quickly that came down with changing the status, and we still have more work to do. But what we're hoping is that every one of those remaining 99 will pass their testing, turn in their form, pay their fee, whatever it takes to be able to restore them to full teacher pay.
Thank you for clarifying that. And one more question related to the licensure challenges. I was curious to know, this is somewhat specific to the global teachers, but maybe related to the licensure renewals, but what processes have you either discussed or put into place to prevent these from happening in the future? Especially with the global teachers, we had to bring a bunch more on this year. We're going to have to keep bringing them on as we keep expanding, like classrooms in the DLI, new DLI schools.
So we still have to talk as a team, as a district, but we did pilot a process that is used in other districts last year that helped some with that, but it caused us issues on another side. So I think that there is room to revisit that conversation and troubleshoot it more. for processes just to be able to smooth that transition for our international teachers. Even today, I was able to speak with one of our vendors. And so we also talked about what obviously you can't apply for a social security number till you're here, but we talked about what can we do as soon as these individuals arrive in the United States to expedite paperwork. Maybe instead of that, leaving that as something one does on their own, maybe we create actual in-person, when you arrive, let's do this paperwork right now, and then you go ahead and go through your other process, and let's do that together so that we can make sure that that is done. So those are just a couple of ideas that we have discussed among others, but every single one of those situations has been troubleshooted that we hope to not experience that again as that is outlined. I would also just add, it is extremely important that when we communicate deadlines, like say for instance, this is just an example, we asked for the renewals to be completed within a certain window so that we could go ahead and deal with those before we're bombarded with, you know, high recruitment season when other things are coming in and you're so focused on new hires that renewals may not be the top priority. And those deadlines are associated with the fact that the state, once April 15th arrives, there is no guarantee that anything submitted after April 15th will actually be handled, you know, within that timeline. So we have an April 15th deadline of submitting items to licensure for that fiscal year. And so the more we can not have things outside of that window, the greater the likelihood is that we will not make mistakes when it's getting in the middle of other processes that we tend to be focused on in just that annual cycle.
Thank you, Dr. Lassane. I appreciate that the updates you shared about the August payroll concerns. And I have to acknowledge the harm that was caused to those employees that were expecting full pay. An apology today doesn't make up for that, doesn't help them pay their bills on time. We've got work to do, and I appreciate you acknowledging that. Can you share when those employees were notified from DPS about their renewals being needed?
Yes, those are sent out in the spring, not only from DPS, but also directly from DPI.
Okay. And so we did our part in that.
We did.
In notifying them, and it didn't. Okay. I just want to make sure they didn't go out over the summer when people weren't checking their emails.
No.
Okay. That helps. Thank you. And then I had one other question. And I know we have asked all the questions about master's pay, and I want to make sure that we are clear. We're saying classroom teachers that are assigned to the classroom, not school-based. There
Not
are
school-based.
school-based people who have masters that are not eligible for the master's pay.
Would you like for me to give you a concrete example?
Yes, please.
You can have in a school building a coach, a teaching and learning support staff that do not have students directly assigned to them. Based on the requirements here, those individuals would not be eligible to receive the master's pay that a teacher who has students assigned to them in Power School. So that's just a real clear example.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I agree with Ms. Chavez, Ms. Spire, as we are modeling for next year, to have some more information around that would be helpful, so that we can make a decision early on in our budget advocacy about how we move forward. Colleagues, do you have any other questions? Comments? No pressure? Ms. Harold Goff?
I'm just speaking to put my voice in the space because I haven't done so yet. Although I have other questions that I was waiting for the remainder of the slides before I would bring those up. But I just want to acknowledge that coming from this journey of getting to these new pay schedules from January moving forward, we're stair-stepping our way back to or to a place where we're wanting to get to. And so it's rocky, it's rough. It's uncomfortable to know that, you know, the resources and the funding do not support the ideal of what we know our schools need and our kids need. And so I love the fact that we're thinking about this now for next year's budget. And I'm so grateful that we were able to recover to get to this point, to even be talking about master's pay at this level. So I'm hopeful that we'll be talking more about systems and systems change work that will allow us to be more proactive, so that we're not always responding, because we're not in a situation where we're always responding to crisis. When you have to make decisions in crisis, then, you know, to keep things moving, you know, you're going to miss things. So I'm looking forward to how we're going to get ahead of the crisis and how we're going to be able to use our systems to feel better about, you know, having to make decisions. So, but I acknowledge that, you know, when things happen and when we make mistakes and all these things happen, that, you know, in crisis situations, we have to do something. And so, grace to all of us and grace from the community, please. We acknowledge that you can't have full scope of vision in crisis, but we are moving through the crisis. And so that's just what was on my heart.
Thank you. Dr. Lassay?
Okay. If we could advance to the classified compensation schedule section. It would be slide number 12. Next slide. Okay, and the next slide. Thank you. The board, as you're well aware, hired Comptroller Carrie Crutchfield, who provided some recommendations to you in the spring. And so these recommendations, we had lots of discussions, and as we go into this section, I just want to reiterate the words of Dr. Lewis. We have to get this right. And at the time we had those recommendations, they included maximums and minimums, and we talked about the elimination of steps. And I think that given the journey that we've been on, I won't even say I think that, I know that the journey that we've been on, something about no steps just did not set well. And so there's been lots of work about how would we totally overhaul a system to focus on minimums and maximums. But still at the core of the work of the comptroller, he not only made recommendations that you'll remember receiving in the spring, but he also reviewed prior work and looked at some reclassifications that he made. And so there are some items there that you will see, what if, based on where the comptroller set the individual, there are two different categories. And I want to try to simplify those two different categories that you see there, so that when you're looking at the individuals on the classified compensation schedules that are on those pay grades 50 through 78, you will simply get this. Whichever is higher, the 3% increase from the state, or what the reclassified salary is, plus the 3%. Now, the easiest way, I think, to describe that is to be able to go in and look at some specific examples. So I want to just keep it right there first and go to the next slide and be able to look at just a couple of examples that I would like to walk you through. Okay, I would like to start with the first piece, which are the columns at the top. So what does that mean? Whatever is greater. So you see there, March 2024, the increase of 11% was greater than or equal to your reclassification. If you're on one of these salary grades and when we got the 11%, whatever percent you were reclassified as, that 11% was greater than or equal to, you can see in that first example of a custodian, that individual's final pay for 2023-24 was $3,092.62. And so because of that, the 11% was greater. So for 2024-25, that salary would still be set at $3,092.68. Once the 3% from the state is applied, the new salary for 2024-25 would be $3,185.46. But if you go on the right and you look at Braden, Braden is in the situation that when the reclassification was done, the 11% was actually less than that reclassification. And so when Braden received the final, where we ended up with 23-24, this individual was at $3,022.75. However, where they were reclassified was set at $3,181.48. And so for 2024-25, that is where the salary is set. And then the 3% is applied. And so Braden's salary would be $3,276.92 per month. So I want to stop right there. And I want to see if there's any questions before we go through another one.
Ms. Spire.
Yeah, I was going to ask Ms. Umstead, but it's better to ask you. So is the column 24-25 all the way down on both of the blue and the green examples, is that the amount that staff would have received from the comptroller or specialized, individualized email? Is that what that
The salary
number is?
projection tool
Yes.
actually showed both columns. The salary projection tool had a column that said 2024-25, which was the recommendation as far as the reclassification. And the salary projection tool also had that plus 3%.
So you're saying every individual staff member that was employed at the time that we did that tool would have seen the last two columns for themselves already?
Both columns.
Both columns.
Correct. Unless, and of course, if they change roles, you would have to, you know.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's super helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
So, clarifying question. In the green section, if I'm Braden and I logged into the tool and I saw that I was making $3,022.75 and the what I should have been making. I also saw what I should have been making if the comptroller's salary schedule had been applied at the 3,000. Will be applied. Okay, so that's how I know as an employee that I didn't get the full 11%.
Correct. No, not that you didn't get the full 11%.
Okay,
I was with you. I was tracking
Okay,
with you till you
that's
said
what I need.
11%. Let's say, just for argument's sake, let's say your reclassification was 14%.
okay,
Then you got 11,
okay. And that's
and
the
that other
difference of
3 would
I
be
should
in,
be.
correct,
And then I'll get the additional state 3%. Okay,
correct.
got it. That's helpful.
Okay.
No?
If I remember this correctly, everyone got 11.
Yes.
When you got reclassified, your range could have varied, right? So it wasn't 11, like your range varied, and then whatever you got reclassified for, you got an additional 3% from the state. And so it wouldn't necessarily like everyone got 11 and everyone's got 3, but your reclassification could have given you
Right.
higher, lower, or any of all those different, not lower, sorry,
Right.
not lower, not lower,
Higher.
not lower,
Yeah,
higher in different increments.
right. Thank you all.
Are we good? Would it be helpful to go through another example? Okay, let's do one more. Let's look at the data manager example for Carter. As you can see, the reclassification for this data manager position, the 11% was greater than or equal to that reclassified amount. So that's why you see the same thing for the final compensation for 23-24, as well as the column displaying the compensation for 24-25. So Carter would get that amount plus the 3% from the state, yielding the $3,955.93. Okay. However, Dylan was reclassified at a percentage increase that was greater than the 11%. So at the end of the year, Dylan received $3,840.71. That was the monthly salary. And then with the reclassification applied, that bumped the salary to $3,889.49. And with the 3% applied, the 24-25 salary is actually projected to be $4,006.17 per month. Understood? Okay. And so there is a third example there that displays the same rhythm. But if we've got it, I want to go on to some key other points that are associated just in the interest of time. So if we could go to the next slide. And so with this, I would like to be able to cover just a few other key points related to this. We have talked about salary grades and steps for a while now. So it is important to know that salary grades will be realigned to the state naming protocol. This assists with individuals understanding when they're trying to see what's going on with DPS versus what's going on with the state. It is helpful when they're aligned to that naming protocol, as well as there's some other impact when we're looking at advancing. We just talked about systems, going to a new system, advancing that work, and just being aligned. And so we are going to move from what was the old salary grades, 50 through 78, and the new naming protocol will change to NC01 through NC19. There's a new naming protocol. The two cannot be compared, right? So you can't say NC01 is what used to be salary grade 50. And NC02 would then translate would have been an old salary grade 51, just for example purposes. There's a totally different process when you're applying the new naming protocol for these salary grades. So we are going to have to reset our minds to be aligned with the new salary grades. Salary steps, let's talk about that a minute, are set based on verified years of service at onboarding. They are set at onboarding, but they follow you through your life with DPS. So I want to be very clear about this because we have had a number of inquiry from employees, and I totally get it. Where we are with Durham Public Schools for 24-25 is a 1-to-1 awarding of those steps based on verified years of experience. So I want to talk about that just with, there should be the submission of experience forms to get the credit. And sometimes the submission of those forms, you know, it needs to come from the prior employer. And we understand that sometimes there are some difficulties for that. There's same difficulties apply for individuals that have to submit information to the state. And so we try to work with employees to the best of our ability, but sometimes it can be difficult to verify prior employment contingent upon where that is. We do our best to make sure that we can assist employees with obtaining that information. Maybe if the business is closed, but there's still a contact, just giving you an example with the supervisor, we would accept that form from that supervisor, just to give you a specific example of what I'm talking about. Future annual salary adjustments will be made based on the Board of Education adopting annual compensation schedules. And so as part of that budget process, the schedules should be developed at that time and brought forth during that time. Previously, and this is historical, and this does contribute to some of the complications, Durham Public Schools has used more steps than the state just traditionally. That has been for a number of years. The new compensation schedules will max at 30 steps. We may have to have future discussion because if you go out to DPI right now and look, you will see that the state's schedules max out at 25 steps. And the final piece on this slide is related to, and I know there's been lots of questions about this, but it's important to note that when it comes to classified salaries versus certified salaries, the state leaves that as a local decision. And so there's a whole assessment that has to be applied such that if appropriations are adequate to cover the cost, and using that 6-month rule, how do you apply the steps and bump that individual to the next level? Now, I want to be clear that Carrie Crutchfield recommended experience increments of 1%. As we continue to work on the classified salary schedules and actually build in steps so that employees can see where they fall as they enter the organization, where they fall on that salary schedule, there are some considerations that have to be made that that 1% may not be the increment. We will know more, but as we're developing, that recommendation of 1% per step is a little problematic, just the way it's stated currently. Okay. And so I want to say that with regards to this, we have engaged, can we go back to the key point slide? In some of the nuances that are here and the work that is still being done regarding these compensation schedules, I would like to take this as an opportunity to introduce a contractor that we have been working with to assist with this work. As we stated earlier about this has to be right. And when you're doing things like this, it is truly in the details of the work. And so we have been engaging with Rashana Price, who I would like to introduce and see if she's on the line, just to confirm that. Rashana Price is the Chief Executive Officer of Erie Success, and her team have been working in conjunction with HR and finance to really dig into the details. The lessons we have learned over the past few months, as difficult as it is to continue to ask individuals to be patient when they have been patient for so long, we want to make sure that their patience is worth the wait in the design of the salary schedules. So I know that Ms. Price wanted to be here, but she is traveling in New York and was going to join virtually. And so I do want to take a moment for her to be able to introduce herself and to be able to talk about a little bit about the work that we have been engaged in the development of the compensation schedules.
Thank you, Dr. Lassane. Good evening, board members, community members, staff, parents, the DPS community. I wanted to make sure that I was here today. I am Rashana Price, founder and CEO of Erie Success. And we have been working, my team and I, since right after Labor Day to get started on really understanding what's happened, what needs to happen for what we're calling our now, which is right now, what needs to happen, and then what is next in future for a systematic approach so that everyone can understand what am I getting paid, how do I know, and how can I ensure that what I'm making matches the contribution that I have. And so we have worked to model several different approaches, and we are also working to make sure that that is within what is currently within the budget, understanding that moving forward, there's other thought process and methodologies that we know we need to implement. But for now, we want to be sure that anything that we put forward, we can stand behind. This is how we got the numbers. This is what this means. And here are the steps. Here are the ways in which grades are looked at, and that we are getting closer to aligning to DPI so that year over year, there can be consistency.
Thank you so much, Ms. Price, and thank you for joining us while you're traveling.
Absolutely.
At this point in time, I just want to check and see if there are any questions or anything before we go on to the next.
I do have questions for the first slide, if that's what you're asking for, or for Ms. Price.
Either.
Colleagues, do you all have any questions on the first slide that you want to ask now? Or for Ms. Price? Okay. My first question is the salary steps. You say they're set at onboarding and they're one-to-one on verified employment. Is this based on the NC verified with North Carolina State?
This is not, thank you for asking that, because that is very important for us to clarify. This is internal and external experience. It's not the state experience that was part of the questions that we had last year.
Okay. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Crutchfield recommended that we do away with the steps, and you are not recommending that we.
Administration is not recommending that we do away with steps.
Okay. And annual compensation schedules is what you name on this salary, on this slide, that the board would adopt annually compensation schedules. And so when you say that the board will adopt annual compensation schedules, do you mean that we will look at the money that has been allotted to us from the state and from local funding and determine what the pay increase will be, or that employees will be reclassified every year?
No, it is looking at the funding. It would not be an annual reclassification.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Those are my questions. Did anybody else have any questions right now? No pressure. Ms. Chavez?
I'll just ask a follow-up about steps then. We are planning on keeping steps. And so say I come in, I have 15 years of experience, verified experience. And so I'm at step 15. Next year, after working in DPS for a year, I can expect to be on step 16. Is that what we're planning?
You
for
said
right
come
now?
in on step 15?
Yeah, but
It would be voted on an annual basis about the board, from the board, the awarding of the step, but you could
Okay.
anticipate that progression through the scale.
okay. I know we haven't voted
If you
on
meet the
this yet, but that's what we're-
qualifications, yeah, for the year experience.
Okay. Okay.
Ms. Byer?
So welcome, Ms. Price, and thank you for joining us in this important work, and thank you for your precision and attention to details. I look forward to getting it right. Our folks deserve to know what is going on, and I think I still have significant confusion about some of the examples and tables that were presented. And so that's why they're not here for the public. I think we've tried to speak to what the comptroller had done and Mr. Crutchfield's work, and I look forward to ways to kind of add him back into the conversation so that we can be consistent with the work that has been done as foundational. I actually understood min max, he wasn't going to put people on a specific step, but people would move every year. So there are mathematically, I think, different ways to do that. And what he wasn't encouraging us to do was publish a scale with year 1, year 2, year 3, right? That much like the state steps, but it wasn't not to move people. Because I could see in some scenarios when we think that the commissioners are extra friendly, we could get 2% for folks. Like, I think it's our job as a board to maximize what we can get for all of our staff. And so I wouldn't want us to publish something that limited us in our ability to advocate on behalf of our staff. So I look forward to y'all's continued work on this in keeping with the foundational rebuilding work that has gone on, keeping consistent with the work that Mr. Crutchfield aligned and communicated to staff, and then advocating for maximizing what we can get every single year in the future for our staff. So thank you.
Ms. Harold Goff?
Greetings. My question is, I'm wondering if you can talk about the hurdles that we need to clear in order to clear up some of the confusion around our accurate public pay schedules that are coming up. Like, what are some of the hurdles that we need to clear to make sure that we get it right?
Okay.
Before it comes out to the public, like what are some of those hurdles?
And so we have talked about those, particularly in conjunction. We even had conversation today. And so, Ms. Price, I would like for you to walk us through the talking about how the alignment in a little more detail with DPI and how we could scale up from that piece.
Absolutely. So what is published on the Department of Public Instruction for DPI for classified staff is mins and maxes. Can you all hear me?
Not very well.
Not very well. Give me 1 second. Let me just check audio. Is this better? Can you hear me better now?
A little bit.
A little bit? Okay, I'll speak up. It's okay. So what's published on the Department of Public Instruction is mins and maxes for classified staff. And then the schedule that has previously been published with 50, 60, 70 grade scales and steps is a customized approach. And so when we came in as a team and went through the math, we could not find those percentages and fully understand what the calculations were. So the reason that we are working to get precise is so that what we publish, people can use their calculator and say, this is why I'm getting this number. This is what this looks like. The complication is for every step that you provide, if there is a 1% increase, what does that mean to the budget? And so we're working with finance and with HR to make sure that the methodology and approach that we build can be sustained and aligns to the state, because each year when the state puts out their schedule, LEAs can then add to it what they would like to or what they need to in order to make sure that their staff members are paid based on what is fair, what is living wage, what is needed to be happening in their community. And so that's what we're working towards, but it is a methodology. And right now we've come in to try to understand what the methodology was before and what we need to do to move forward.
Ms. Harold Goff, continue.
What will it look like for our staff if we do not clear those hurdles in the coming week?
In the coming week, you asked?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Yeah.
This is, as we're
Right.
trying to put out the fire and create the system at the same time.
Right.
What happens if we don't put out the fire and we don't have these clear pay schedules in the coming week? Like, what does that mean for our staff and for our teachers?
Yeah. That is the short answer is it creates more confusion and uncertainty, and we don't want that, which is why my team has been working around the clock since we got the call. We've been working over the one weekend to publish something that we know can make sense. We're checking all of the math. We're also making sure that what is published can be funded so that there isn't a walk back, because it's personal to me. I currently live in South Carolina outside of Charlotte, but I used to live in the Raleigh-Durham area, and I have friends and family that are in the community. And so as we're calculating numbers, it's about being certain that people can, on a monthly basis, when they get their paycheck, know what's there. And when they look at the schedules online, they know how they got there. One of the things that came up around mins and maxes and why mins and maxes are good, but they also create biases, because if people don't know where they fall within the min and max, or how their percentage was given to them and they're closer to one end or the other, that creates confusion. And so that's why we're trying to be really systematic in our approach now, but also talk with, and we're working with staff around what is going to be the methodology in the future, because both matter.
And I would even add to that, I think this is a little part of the statement that you were making, Board Member Byer, is just keeping in mind what the board's commitment to no reductions, right? And so even with the development of schedules, there are still going to be nuances that kind of tap into what you were saying, because if you're a veteran in the organization, you may be impacted by that because of that commitment.
Thank you, Ms. Price. You have a very challenging job, and we are appreciative of the work that you are stepping in to do. Thank you for being a firefighter.
Back to you, Dr. Lassane.
Okay. And so on the next slide,
I'm sorry, Ms. Umstead, did you have a question?
Yeah, it's not really a question, maybe a comment. Ms. Price said, thank you for joining us this evening, and Dr. Lassane for walking us through that. I think I'm sitting with, we need to make sure we revisit the spring and we are really clear on what the board's direction was in the spring, that the comptroller information is connected, and Ms. Price has that. Because I think what is currently on our website is what the board approved to get through the end of the year, but we also have some recommendations around how do we get closer to where we want it to be, and which is what our ask to the county commissioners was modeled after. And I want to make sure that that information is really clear, Ms. Price, to you and your team. I don't want us to drop the ball. We can't afford to. We've done too much work on this, and we've started and done a lot of work this summer to start moving this ball, or not this summer, this spring, to move this ball forward. So I appreciate y'all. I feel a little frustrated that we're still here and we don't have it done yet. I just want to be honest and transparent about that. I know that our community has been waiting for a long time for us to get here, but I just want to make sure that we don't miss some of the conversations and different things that the board had and direction that the board wanted to go in as we're navigating this. So, because sometimes I'm hearing things and I'm like, is that what we decided? Did we go back to steps? Is that going to be the recommendation? So I think we need to get clear on that, and for us as a board to be really clear on what the direction is as well, so that staff know what we need to do moving forward. More of a, and the math has to work. And so it was more of a comment versus a question on that.
Thank you, Ms. Umstead. Dr. Lassane.
Okay, on the next slide, I just want to look at a quick timeline. Where we are from here is we're looking to update our salary projection tool. We want to be able to send information back out to employees as we move forward and are able to finalize the work. It is extremely important that once schedules are approved, employees are able to review that, have a timeline for reviewing that salary information, getting their questions and concerns addressed, and then being able to move forward from there. Specifically for payroll, the September payroll, now we would have to adjust to the approved pay schedules as well as the retroactive pay that would be due any employee to July 1st. And so keep in mind that following that timeline, it would take a couple of months to totally, and it says reconciliation completed. That could be a little misleading. Let me make that clear. We would start that process, but with the retroactive pay being in September, it would take a couple of pay cycles to really make sure that that reconciliation was complete. And then with the next steps, there would be a Spark mail that we would send out, and we are trying to utilize our text message feature to be able to communicate to staff that may not be on email as frequently, but we have limited information that we could put in that Spark mail. In that text message, but it would have to come back to being able to click in order, because if you are a member for the salary projection tool, you do have to be signed in with your DPS credentials. We also have the ongoing development of the team that is doing the work on policy code 7502, salary administration. There is a template that we are utilizing to submit compensation concerns versus just sending an email. Really having a template that helps provide the relevant information to, number one, know what the concern is, be able to pull whatever data may be needed for review so that we actually have that to drive the conversations with employees instead of finding it out when you're having the conversation and then having to have another touch point. We also, this work started when interim Superintendent Moore was here, but the convening of an actual classified compensation review committee and what we want that process to look like for Durham Public Schools, so that as we're moving forward and individuals want their compensation reviewed, how does that come forward? What is the forum for that? Included in the discussion are things like extra duty rates that are being evaluated to return to a pre-COVID rhythm, as well as hold harmless and other differentials that were already in existence. And so with that, I would entertain any, final questions from the board.
Ms. Byer?
So I'd like, Ms. Harrell want to say thank you, Ms. Price, for walking into this fire with us and joining us. I want to lift up to you, a policy that is really important to this board. I think it predates me here, and I've been here since 2010. So it is our living wage policy, 7600. And one of the first things that stood out to me about some of the tables that were sent across is that wasn't reflected there. And it is critical as we work and advocate for our living wage, our starting wage in Durham, a very expensive community to live in, that we are working and have been for years to match our starting salary to the county's starting salary. We can't do it this year, but next year and the year after, we are coming together on that because our folks, county employees are already starting over $19 an hour. We have to at least get our folks to 17 and a half. We had gotten them to 17. I know the state says 15 an hour. No, that's not our living wage. And that is critical as a floor, but it is also not the ceiling, right? It is dealing with compression, as Mr. Crutchfield and Ms. Ojijo remind me, we have to deal with everyone along the scale of experience and make sure there's not compression there. I just want to lift that up to you and to our whole community. It is a shared value of this board, a longstanding shared value. And I hope that one of the things that we can hold as a board is an assurance, at least to every employee that is waiting on this information, that you will not make less than what was in that email that we communicated to you. And I think we have to at least honor that. No matter what tables and things shift around, this is what we promised our folks. And so that at least I want to hope that we can give assurance to folks that if models let us do more, we will do more, but that's at least where we're starting with folks as we do this really urgent over the weekend work.
That has definitely been our discussion from the very beginning and stating this work. And so that's why the reset to align to DPI and then moving forward from there based on all of these discussions, there has been a wealth of information shared with Ms. Price and her team regarding those discussions, those expectations.
Ms. Chavez?
All right, I just have a few things I want to share. Dr. Lassane, thank you for this information, and Ms. Price, thank you for all of your work and your team's work as well. So I want to note that Dr. Lewis's arrival here, you're still new in your first 100 days, and it does mark a new chapter, and I want to lift up what Board Member Harold Goff said about systems change. We need that. We need that right now, and we are on a tight timeline, and so I want to say that we need to have this compensation information for every employee within this next week, and that the board is looking to hold a special meeting that Dr. Lewis or Board Chair Rogers can speak to. And I just want to say that I think that communication is key in our work. We have to communicate on all levels and treat our employees with care so that they don't have to be thinking about their pay. They can focus on the students that we want them to focus on and their jobs. and the many other things that people have going on in life. They should be able to do that. And so we, in the spirit of getting this right and having transparent communication about our pay schedules, do we want to, do we want to share more about our plans going forward, or what the next steps are? Maybe I'll ask. That is Chair Rogers or Dr. Lewis. I would like it if we would share some next steps with our community.
Thank you. That's what I was going to speak on. So thank you very much. I do want us to continue to be as transparent as we could possibly be in these situations. We have to be. As a former teacher, educator, I can only imagine what it would be like on the other side if I was still on the other side. And so I want us to make sure that we could all work around in getting this right. As an educator, I would want us to get this right. And so not rushing it. Right now, I know it's going to be tough on the educators because I would be there, but I also see the fact that having it wrong another time is not what we need in Durham Public Schools. We need for it to be correct and be right. And so I would love for Dr. Lewis to speak on what that looks like in the next week or so. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those questions. And I echo the sentiments that were stated earlier in terms of true systems change and true systems work that sets the district up for success, not only from a system standpoint, standard operating procedure, structural standpoint, but also a financial standpoint, that we can definitely be a fiscally healthy district so that we can continue to invest in our staff. And so I agree, and I definitely hear and I understand and share the frustrations in terms of wanting to get this right as soon as possible. And I also understand the need to make sure that we're taking our time in and being really diligent about getting it right. So I'm would love to ask the board chair to call a special meeting next week, and we will bring everything back. I's dotted, T's crossed, all the decimals in the right place. So staff, and I think it's only fair that while this should have been done, I think it's only fair that it comes back right, and so staff knows exactly what they're getting. And then, like I mentioned earlier, that's just one piece of it. The work will continue in terms of continuing systems change and systems work.
Ms. Umstead?
I appreciate that, Dr. Lewis, and just ask that the schedules be shared with plenty of time for not only the board, but our community and our staff to review them and get their us all to wrap our minds around them and share questions beforehand. I would love to hear more. I'm excited to have Ms. Price on board, and I'd love to, when we see the schedules, hear more about how they were created, whether the processes followed, how they followed best practices for development, how we considered practices in neighboring districts, how it builds on the work of the comptroller, as been mentioned, and how it aligns with the decisions the board has made in the spring and many years back, as Ms. Beyer referenced. That will all be helpful. And then I hope that in the future, we need in the future to ensure that our salary schedules are super clear, transparent, on the district website, available. Many districts do this, and this should be a goal of ours moving forward, so we can continue to, again, provide the information that people need.
Colleagues, we all agree with those requests? Okay. Ms. Umstead?
Ms. Carlton, you took some of what I was going to say around making sure the schedules were up so that we can review them, but also I think most importantly that our community can review them. And I think there are so many different unique positions in our district. We also need our educators to say, hey, you missed this one. What about this one? Like this is has to be somewhat a collaborative effort as we're working to make sure we get this right. So I think that's really essential. And I know we've got a lot of our schedules online currently, but I think making sure that we have drafts up for the future is going to be really vital for what we do moving forward. And I think clarity on the schedules as much as possible is also helpful. Like I know we've had conversations around how do we make sure each position might be listed right at the end. So it has a title at the top of the schedule, and then here are all the roles that fall into this category, just to make that really clear for folks as they want to engage with what the proposed schedules might look like. But I think that's all. Thank you.
Ms. Harold Goff?
I'm just hoping that the schedules are intuitive when we look at them, when community looks at them. So I'm just putting that out there, something that is easy to understand and to read. And I'm wondering, with this timeline that we're trying to meet, coming from, where we've come from, is it realistic to expect this to be representative of the system? Do we want to say that? Or is this the stair step to get us to the better system? I don't, it feels the pressure like we have to, yes, we have to get it right, but we also have to produce the schedule for this year. So is it fair to say this is, in the week, we're going to see this right? Or is it fair to say that we're going to have something here for the community so that we can keep the system moving as we're stair stepping to this new system? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it absolutely does. First, I would say hope is not a strategy. We have to be intentional about this work. Secondly, I would say, yes, this will be a stair step, but the most important piece is, yes, getting the schedules right, but the really critical piece is paying our staff. And so we have to make sure that the schedule's right in order to pay our staff. So yes, this will be still a stair step to a more improved and robust system that we create. So we will be stepping a lot here soon.
Ms. Byer?
Just one of the things that I think is important to our community is to be able to show in ways besides spreadsheets. Not everybody is like Miss Ojijo and dreams in spreadsheets, right? But both to show, but also to show how we are allocating the county money and rebuild trust that we are fully allocating the county allotment to our folks. Just as in the earlier part of the presentation with the supplements that we're increasing, but also really directed towards these staff raises. Thank you.
Ms. Umstead?
I'm sorry, this is, in thinking about the steps, step one is the schedule. I think the next step though is we need to create the policy on how people move from year to year. And I don't want us to forget that part of this building as we're thinking about this systems change. Because that, if they feel like they go in tandem, hand in hand with each other. So I just want to make sure we remember that that's also the next important vital step of this work.
Thank you. Ms. Carter?
Yes, thank you for that reminder, Ms. Umstead. And I'm going to do the thing and go back to master's pay for a second. Apologies. But I just wanted to verify, Ms. Byer indicated that it was our intent to align what we're doing with with how the state applies master's pay. And I think you had mentioned that we are doing that when we're using relevant master's degrees, but I don't remember if you spoke to whether we're doing that with regard to who we're including in this, the classroom teachers, or like so we've had social workers, for example, come ask us about master's pay. We've had the coaches or others, instructional leaders, ask us, are those people, if they were covered before the 2013 shift, would they be receiving master's pay from the state level? Just so we know what we're doing here.
So that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. I know you mentioned social workers, but it's not just that simple. It depends on the positions. in some cases, it is an individual, you have to look at the July 2013 roll because that pay is not on a scale that is going to generate the master's pay. For other positions where a master's degree is required, the state does pay that master's pay. And it doesn't have the July 1st, 2013 provision.
I think I understand. So if, for example, a social worker were receiving master's pay, it would be because it's required for their position. It would not be because they fall into
Right.
that.
And the state allows.
So they wouldn't be beholden to this 2013 shift from the.
Correct.
Thank you. I have some questions, some comments. I have questions about your next step slide.
Okay.
The convening of classified compensation review committee. You said that started under interim Superintendent Moore. The schedules that we have been sort of looking at, were those shared with this compensation review committee?
The committee, the development of the committee, not the convening. The convening, I'm talking about the development of the process to convene. We
Okay.
have not had a convening of
This
the
committee.
committee.
Okay.
No.
Who do you envision being a part of this committee?
So that is where some of the discussion that started when Kathy Moore was here, it centered around we discussed two different schools of thought. And that will be driven by our discussions and our decision with cabinet. And I'm trying to give Dr. Lewis some time to get on board. There are places where you have a classified review committee that is largely at the cabinet level. There are other places where you might have a classified review committee that is composed of individuals from the different workers of classification, and they come together and review. And so those are some of the decisions that we have to make as a district.
Thank you. Totally appreciate that explanation and you giving Dr. Lewis time to get on board. Also seems like since we're trying to approve a classified schedule, that would have been a matter of urgency. But I appreciate it. Look forward to seeing what comes of that. I have my questions. Hang on. No, I guess I'm good. Thank you. Colleagues. Oh, I did want to thank you all, administration. The slides tonight have been, and the conversations we've had have been proved to provide a lot of clarity for us and for me personally, a lot more clarity than we had in fall of 2023, and I'm really appreciative of that. I am disappointed that we don't have actual schedules in front of us right now. I understand there are challenges that we're working through. And so for me, it is a continued step. You know, you've already taken a step from then to now, and I appreciate that. And I look forward to seeing the schedules sooner rather than later. Thank you. Colleagues, the Précis says this is for action. And what I'm hearing is we're not comfortable taking action. We don't have schedules. How do we want to acknowledge that? We just want to bring it back at a special call meeting.
Yeah, can we just look at doing the special meeting? I think that's where I would be.
We have consensus for a special call meeting, or y'all want to make a motion for it? Can everybody?
I say we have folks availability for this meeting on the 30th, Thursday?
The 19th.
Is everybody available?
Yes.
Yes, I'm available.
Ms. Byer, you're available. Ms. Carter Otten. Ms. Umstead, you're not.
I am not. I couldn't join you virtually either because I need to be at another meeting.
We understand. Ms. Harold Goff.
I can make it work. I can be available on the 19th.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll be here. It'll be after an employee hearing. So it'll be posted for after the employee hearing. Next item on our agenda, y'all.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Mr. Tab, that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. All those in favor, is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? We're now in closed session. Dr. Lewis?
Yes, we're asking the board to take action on the personnel report.
Move approval of the personnel report dated September 12th, 2024.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Mr. Tab to approve the personnel report dated September 12th, 2024. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It passes unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned.